out with that, and I'm sure you're going to ask me about his fascination.
Yeah, I am, because we hear about that not just from you, but from his teachers at school. And so the sense from your witness statement is that what you've heard from your family is that even as a baby and infant, Alan would crawl around after your mum while she was doing the hoovering, just fascinated by what this device was.
Yeah, Alan just took to the hoover so young, and he used to make the hoover noises. He was fascinated by what they done, the scientific way that they were made as he got older. Any new hoover that came out, it was like, right, what does this one do that the other one didn't do? How powerful is it? But he used to, when he was very young, make hoovers out of cardboard boxes, and he was so proud of doing that work that he had his own wee hoover, and he would just make the sound of the hoover going round the floor, which, you know, when we have spoke back about it, like we have giggled about it, but it was something that he was just obsessed with, to the fact that right up until before Alan was murdered, one of these new hoovers had came out, the Kirby Hoover, and he had that many details about the Kirby Hoover that my sister Carol ended up spending an absolute fortune on that hoover, and I believe that Carol still has that hoover to this very day.
And did you ever get to the bottom of what it was that fascinated Alan about hoovers?
Well, it kept the house clean. So I don't know what it was. He could have, like, he told you every scientific fact about it, and it was just the way his wee mind worked. He had his own wee quirks about him, very unique, not like any teenage boy that I've came across in a long time. I have no idea what it was, but he knew everything about every new hoover that came out.
And the idea we're getting is that Alan wasn't a stereotypical child or young person or teenager, and that if he found something interesting, he was going to find out about it, even if other people thought it was strange or silly.
Yeah, and like a lot of people did bully Alan in that aspect the older that he got in life, and just because he was unique and different and didn't follow the crowd, it gave them an angle to get at him for absolutely no reason at all, apart from having an interest that nobody else really did.
And in a short time you're going to tell us about the bullying and about how that actually showed a positive side to Alan's character, how he dealt with it and helped other people.
Yeah.
So we've probably reached the stage now at which I should ask you about Alan at school, and so I'm at your paragraph 9. And was Alan a pupil at Gibson Primary School from nursery right through to primary 7?
He was.
And you were only a bit younger than him. What kind of boy was he at school?
From all his teachers that have ever spoken to me about Alan, they've always said the same thing. He was very much the same boy, but he loved his family. That came across with everyone I've ever spoke to about Alan. Loved his family, quiet, pleasant. You know, he loved to laugh. He could have the best sense of humour in some of the worst times, and it would bring you just over some of the darkest parts of your life.
What you've said in your statement is that what you've learnt from his teachers is that they remember his unique personality, his kind nature, his smile,
infectious,
and in fact all the same things that stood out to you as his family.
Yeah.
Now, one of his teachers at Gibson Primary School was a person called Carol Porter. And has Carol Porter provided a pen portrait?
She did, very kindly, I had asked Carol would she mind saying a few words about Alan, because she has been very supportive to our family, has always remembered him, would still converse with Mum from time to time, and she's never forgotten Alan.
And you've incorporated what she wrote in your own pen portrait.
Yes.
And would you like to read that? Or you'd like to read that?
Yeah. This is the pen portrait of Alan Radford by Carol Porter. I was Alan's P4 teacher in Gibson Primary School. He was both a very ordinary and yet, in his own way, a very special child. There was an obvious love for his family and a good sense of humour. He had many friends in school and was an active member of class. One thing I will always remember was his love of hoovers. He used to display his knowledge of the workings, and I used to joke that he could come around and do my hoovering as well as help his mum. We had many a discussion and a laugh. I remember taking Alan in the class on an end-of-year trip to the Agricultural College in Enniskillen. Like many of the others, the smells, especially of the pigs, didn't please. The blocked nose and the facial expression of Alan said it all. Those are both humorous recollections, but his fear of the sight of blood, which was much more unnerving. He could have fainted easily at the sight of blood, which caused me concern as accidents happen in school. I had to be aware. After the bomb, I wondered frequently if he had seen the horror of the bloodshed all around him. And I would like to believe he didn't. In December 1997, my principal informed me that I was going to be having a student on work experience for a week. When I heard it was Alan Radford, I was absolutely delighted. It was a very busy time of year leading up to the Christmas show. He helped in every way possible and was excellent with the children. Needless to say, I wasn't to realise it would be his last Christmas. On the afternoon of the bomb, I was in Newton Stewart and saw 2 ambulances flying past. I thought it was serious, but it wasn't until later in the afternoon that I realised the enormity of what had happened. Those ambulances were taking people to Omagh. On the Sunday evening, I became aware that Alan had been murdered. The absolute shock was horrendous and was a feeling that lasted days. It turned into total sadness and anger. Why did Alan and all the other innocent victims what did they do to deserve that? Absolutely nothing. They were living their lives and enjoying a Saturday afternoon in town. The next week we witnessed the funerals of so many. A 16-year-old boy and some many years younger were buried all around town and in Donegal and Spain. I decided to keep cuttings from the local papers and make scrapbooks as a personal way of remembering them all. Every August 15th, we remember them, but to be honest, it's much more frequent. Every time I wander into the memorial garden or pass close to his house, I remember Alan. I knew others who died. They are all very special to me. To finish, I will never forget going back to school 10 days after the bomb. I walked into my classroom and just broke down in tears. The memories of Alan as a child, but much more recently in the previous December, just came flooding in. It was something that haunts me and will live with me forever.
And she ended her personal statement by saying, Alan was an amazing young man. He lives in my mind and always will do. So after Gibson Primary, where did Alan go for his secondary education?
Alan went to Omagh High School.
And did you in turn go there as well?
I did, followed him the year after.
So you were just the year below him at school?
Yeah.
And once you were there at high school, was it just like you'd been at youngsters, Alan and Claire, always right next to each other, and never too far from your mum.
It was always the way it was supposed to be. There was never an Alan without a Claire or a Claire without an Alan. And in school life, that was the same.
And you may well have been aware at the time, but certainly since then, have you become aware that Alan's teachers at the high school held him in the highest of esteem?
They have. My daughter joined Omagh High School when she was going into 4th year, and I was speaking with Mrs. Quigley, who fondly remembers Alan also. We just briefly spoke about Alan that day, and the words that stuck in my head from that conversation was, why Alan, when she had heard the news? Not Alan. Why Alan?
And does Mrs. Quigley still teach at Omagh High School?
Mrs. Quigley's still there. One of the best teachers that there has been within the school. She's pastoral care. She looks after all the children's needs when they're there. And she has been very active in remembering Alan within the school and all the others who have also been murdered.
And indeed, in your statement, you say that Mrs. Quigley has made some moving tributes to Alan in recent times.
Yes, for the 25th anniversary of the bomb, Omagh High School held a very special remembrance for them, which me and my son also took part in. But the names of all who had been students at Omagh High School were read out, and a brief statement was made about each one, and Mrs. Quigley delivered the statement for Alan, which she had wrote herself.
And has Mrs. Quigley made a contribution to your pen portrait?
Yes, I have that statement which she read.
And I think, Claire, that you'd like to read that as well.
I would. Mrs. Quigley wrote about Alan. I had the privilege of being Alan's year head for 4 years, so I knew him very well, and I always found him to be very pleasant, kind and helpful, a proper gentleman. Alan had just completed year 12 in Omagh High School and was aged just 16. It is recorded in careers notes that on leaving school, Alan had aspirations to go to Omagh College to undertake of study in the hotel and hospitality industry, particularly catering. Alan completed work experience in Gibson Primary School, where his attitude and work performance were rated as excellent. The report stated that Alan had been a very helpful worker and has joined in willingly. Alan was prominent in environmental issues in the school and played a major part in assisting to keep the school clear of litter. He was part of a group which monitored and cleared litter from the flower beds in school. Alan was very well thought of by his headmaster and teachers, and to quote from a tribute paid in August 1998 by the headmaster, he said, "It is hurtful and really incomprehensible that such a pleasant, sociable young man should be taken from us. I want to ensure the family circle that Alan will not be forgotten by our school. We will always remember him fondly and feel the hurt of this day." A poignant handwritten tribute from a friend to Alan in 1998 is as fitting today as it was 25 years ago. We think of you again today, but that is nothing new. We thought about you yesterday and the day before that too. When we look at your photograph, you seem to smile and say, "Don't cry, I'm only sleeping. We will meet again someday."
Were you aware of that tribute that the friend had written?
I wasn't until that day, and I don't even know who that person is, but whoever wrote it.
No, and it's an extraordinary poem, isn't it?
It is very powerful.
And one of the things Mrs. Quigley tells us about is the work experience at Gibson primary school, and is it your understanding that's the work experience when he went to work with Mrs. Porter?
Yeah.
And when she'd been absolutely delighted to hear that it was Alan?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to ask you next about an aspect of Alan's life at school that was not positive at all.
Yeah.
And indeed, you referred to it already yourself this morning. It's your paragraph 13. And did Alan, like others, suffer from bullying when he was at high school?
He did. Like I said, he wasn't a stereotypical teenage boy. He had his own interests. Would have been around the girls a lot more so than the boys, because he wasn't the type to get into football, rugby, or whatever it was. Alan had a sensitive nature. He loved music, theatre, books, reading, his fascination with the Hoovers. But because of that, because of being indifferent, he was subjected to some vile abuse.
I mean, in your statement, you call it extreme bullying, and
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
It was. But every single day, Alan got up.
And in your statement, you say, I often was the little sister, because of course you were at school there as well, who was like Jack Russell biting the heels of the bullies on Alan's behalf. But Alan, however, told me not to worry about them. Yet again, the pure innocence and kind nature wouldn't be destroyed by those who chose to follow the crowd.
Alan wanted to heal the world. He wouldn't let anybody try and defeat who he was as a person. He was so valiant in that. And he always said to me, Claire, just don't worry, it'll be okay.
And so he stood up against it on his own behalf. But have you become aware of what Alan did to stand up to bullies on behalf of other people?
I have, on Alan's 40th birthday, as you would imagine, I had shared a picture of him on social media, and a girl who was in Alan's year was also suffering the same bullying from another group of people within the year. And she had sent me a beautiful message to remind me of how Alan helped her.
And so we won't give this girl at the time, woman now, we won't give her full name in public, but we'll call her Elaine. And with your permission, I'm going to read out the words of the message that she sent you.
Yes, please.
And she said, I think about him often. He was such a kind soul. Claire, I honestly think of him. I really do. I had such a crap time in high school. I hated the last 2 years there. Between being bullied and being treated like crap by so-called popular people, my life was hell. Alan never took part, always a hello and a smile. We, Alan and I, weren't in many classes together, but we used to have a right old giggle in IT or computer studies. Alan was so funny and kind. I remember the two of you walking to school together, and is she talking about you and Alan there?
Yeah.
I remember the two of you walking to school together, your hair touching your bottom. I remember Alan's laugh as well. He knew what I was going through, and he was so nice to me. He knew I was going through it as well. I remember sitting with him one day in the canteen. Everyone had went on a school trip and we didn't go. I remember telling Alan I was going to try and get myself into TOC, which is Time Out Centre, the next day, so I wouldn't have to sit in class, and Alan burst out laughing. I really do wish I had been in more classes with him. I think Alan hated school as much as I did, And it always makes me so sad to think that his last few months on this earth at school were horrible because of the bullying. The day of our GCSE results, I remember seeing Alan's GCSE result envelope sitting to one side at the office window. It's awful what you remember. Now, next I want to come on to not a time in Alan's life, because I think this applied across his life, but to an aspect of his personality that you've mentioned already, which is Alan's wish to improve the lives of others. And so I'm now at your paragraph 14. And you say those who loved him for who he was were all that mattered to him. And that's what kept him resilient to the adversity. He kept going on no matter what. And is that right?
That was totally Alan.
And that even when being bullied, his aim was to make other people's lives brighter.
Every day.
And you describe his heart at paragraph 14, as you've described it earlier, as pure and innocent and non-malicious.
Completely. Alan was very much with the same innocence as a newborn child.
And I don't know, have you come across many people in your life with that heart?
Not like his.
And we've mentioned music already. And did Alan enjoy music?
He did. He, like I say, he wasn't like anybody else. He had a unique taste even in his music. From the Bee Gees to Celine Dion being his utmost favourite singer. Boyzone as well. But he connected so much like I did. We found music a way to release what was going on inside. If we couldn't speak, we found solace sometimes in the lyrics, that somebody else had been able to write something that we or he had been feeling.
And is what you're describing to us something that you and Alan had in common and did together, that you connected with the lyrics of the songs?
Yeah, he used to go, "Sissa, stand up and sing me that song." And there's so many of those songs that bring great comfort, but also great pain. But I do believe that there's a message in all the songs, in particular, that I remember so much, because the lyrics just stand out, and I just know that that's Alan speaking.
And you're going to tell us what that song is in a minute and recite the lyrics for us, I know. And before you tell us what the song is, was that the song that Alan would play over and over again on repeat?
It was one of the songs that was just released not long before Alan's murder. And it was on repeat, and I was like, right, there's definitely a message in this song. And it was actually sang in our home on the day of Alan's funeral by some of the girls from church.
And is that song No Matter What by Boyzone?
It is.
And were those lyrics sung at Alan's funeral?
Yeah.
And I think you'd like to remind us of what those lyrics are, wouldn't you?
I would, yes. No matter what they tell us, no matter what they do, no matter what they teach us, what we believe is true. No matter what they call us, however they attack, no matter where they take us, we'll find our own way back. I can't deny what I believe, and I can't be what I'm not.
I know I'll love forever. I know no matter what. If only tears were laughter. If only night was day. If only prayers were answered, then we would hear what God say. No matter what they tell us, no matter what they do, no matter what they teach us, what we believe was true. And I will keep you safe and strong and shelter from the storm, no matter where it's barren, her dream is being born, no matter who they follow, no matter where they lead, no matter how they judge us, I'll be everyone you need. No matter if the sun don't shine, or if the skies are blue, no matter what the end is, my life began with you. I can't deny what I believe, and I can't be what I'm not. I know this love's forever. That's all that matters now, no matter what.
And I think your mum found a message in those lyrics, and of all the other songs which Alan has left you with.
Yeah, I remember Mum asking for the lyrics to be written down, and she still has them in a folder.
And of all those favourite songs of Alan's that he left behind, you have a view about them, don't you? About your paragraph 17, that they're messages to you all.
Yeah, I do believe that those songs, like, those words have a message from Alan. And for us, like I say, like, you can get comfort in them. Some days you could be anywhere and they just hit you out of the blue and you're not expecting them, but it could be a day when you just need that message.
So a little piece of Alan that's been left with you all.
Yeah.
Now, when he was at school, and I'm going to come back now to some more positive aspects of Alan at school, but when he was at school, was he always surrounded by girls, as you told us already?
Yeah.
And have many of them reminded you of their memories of Alan and what a difference he made to their lives?
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you about a very dear and close friend of Alan's, who was a schoolgirl, was called Catherine MacGyver.
Yeah.
Although she's now Catherine Brown, I think, isn't she?
Yeah, she's Catherine Brown now. And we all grew up together in the park. And when Alan and Catherine was together, there was nothing but laughter. And Mum would always recall if she came into the house and there was extreme bouts of laughter or more noise, that Catherine and Alan was together. Catherine was very close with them. There would have been antics out of Catherine that would have made Alan laugh, and vice versa.
Because Catherine could be a bit of a handful from time to time. And
yeah, there's been many times when Mum had been working and Catherine would be practising cartwheels in our living room, and it's one of the things that actually sticks out. And she had done a cartwheel and landed on top of one of Mum's ornaments, which broke, and we were like, how are we going to tell Marion this when she comes home?
And you say about his relationship, Alan's relationship with Catherine, that you're pretty sure he loved her like another sister, and that Catherine felt the same for him.
Yeah, very much so.
And that they'd have done anything for each other.
They would have. Catherine is Roman Catholic, and she went to an all-girls school. And we went to Omagh High School. So Catherine, her school was at the other end of Omagh town. The bond was that great between them that Catherine would get herself ready early in the morning, get up walk with us the whole way down to the Campsie roundabout. We would take off to go to Omagh High School, and Catherine, in her St Bridget's uniform, would have walked through all of non-Catholic students coming in the opposite direction of her.
Yes.
Catherine suffered some awful taunts, names being called, spat on, and Alan would have received some of the same from students at school. But it never deterred.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry, it never deterred their friendship. Catherine continued to do it.
And what you say of that reflects on Alan in your statement is this, that you're 18. As I said, the pureness of Alan's heart and soul never could grasp the mentality of those who've seen their friendship as a problem. What divide? There was no divide, no hatred.
No, absolutely not. Alan had just the view of a human with a kind heart. That's all that mattered. He didn't understand the violence. He didn't understand the politics. He didn't want to understand it. To him, it was just hatred, and he wasn't the person to hold on to hate or to hate somebody for their religion or their race or their colour.
And you talk in this connection of an occasion on Christmas Eve 1997 when you, Alan, Catherine and some other friends went somewhere.
Yeah.
Would you like to tell us about that?
Yeah, it was on the eve of Christmas 1997, and all of our friends, the majority of the friends where we lived, were all Catholic. So there's midnight mass that happens up in Killyclahar Chapel, which is only about half a mile up the road from our home. So as a group of friends, we would walk up to Killyclahar Chapel, and that night it was the most beautiful night. Cold, crisp, but beautiful skies. And we all walked up, went to midnight mass, and I remember us sitting on the stairs because there were so many people within the chapel. And we all then left, walked home together, said our goodbyes, said Merry Christmas, and that we would see each other in the morning to tell of what gifts that we were given. But it was just another way of us, of how we were brought up. And I have to thank my mother on that behalf, that we were never brought up with hatred within our hearts. And it was to just love each other.
And indeed, that's what you say in the statement. We were taught to respect and love everyone, all faiths, all people of human race, with credit to our mother for bringing Alan and the rest of us up that way.
Yeah.
And we probably all got an idea already about Alan's sense of humour, but could you tell us a bit more about that?
Alan's always laughing. He found comedies very good. Like there's films that I like, especially if there was anything comedic in it, he really did enjoy it. His laugh, like I can still hear it to this day in my mind. Couldn't just hear him, and he was always laughing if I was going to be in trouble with Mum, and I met Mum or met Alan at the door, and I'd be like, "You're dead, Sissa. You're dead. You're dead." And it was always with that laugh. So if he was laughing, I knew I was in for it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
He found I was always up to my antics, like, do you know what I mean? So Alan, he just enjoyed. He just had such a light heart.
And you give an example of his laughter at your paragraph 20. And it relates to an occasion when Catherine called at your home at 6 a.m. And what was that about?
Catherine was an early bird. I don't know what it was about in her house, but she was always up at the crack of dawn. And she came to our house at like 6 o'clock in the morning, banging on the door. And I remember Mum going to the bedroom window, and she was like, "Who is it?" And she goes, "Oh, Marion, it's Catherine." as Alan and Claire coming out, and when Alan had seen Catherine later on, he was like, Catherine, as he said, 6 a.m, Catherine, like 6 a.m, what were you thinking? I just wanted to know if you were coming out. And he was in hysterics about this, and like it was something that has never left the conversation. Even now, me and Catherine would still speak about it from time to time.
And was your mum laughing?
She didn't find it as hilarious now being woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
No. And has Catherine made a contribution to your pen portrait with her own words?
She has. Catherine's a dedicated friend. Alan still visits his grave. We all have different lives now. We're all very busy. But I said to Catherine about this inquiry coming up, and I asked her, is there anything you want to say about Alan? And she says, Alan had an infectious zest for life, always finding joy in the smallest moments. His laughter was genuine, his curiosity was endless, and he had a way of making the ordinary feel extraordinary. Losing my best friend to murder left me deeply shaken. The shock, the grief, and anger has been overwhelming. Alan's absence is felt every day. Alan will always be in my heart. Catherine.
And as we know, you and Alan were close together in age, and doesn't always mean that you have common friendship groups, but did the two of you have friends in common?
We did, like where we were, we shared the same group of friends, and it would be different ages, like from 12, some of them a lot older than me and Alan, like some of them 18, 19, but it was all like families. So we were all together, but I was extremely close with Kieran McGahey, who was younger than Alan, but the two of them had a good bond. And Kieran's family is still very much supportive, especially of my mum. Kieran's mother is now my mum's next door neighbour. They used to live around the corner, but now they're right beside each other, which is a great support for mum. But Kieran also
Sorry, I interrupted you again.
had sent me a message. I had said to him, like, I'm doing this for Alan and I want to portray the best that I can for Alan. And saying you were one of his closest friends, I asked, did he have anything to say? And he did. Kieran said, I was 12 years old when one of my best friends, Alan Radford, was murdered. We had a large group of friends that all lived beside each other, and we were all so close. For me personally, when Alan died, it was the first time that someone close to me had died. It was a big shock to me as a 12-year-old. The process of Alan's wake and funeral was hard to understand, and the question still remains, why did this happen? And then also on August last year, I got another message from one of Alan's friends, who is now at the other side of the world.
And did that just come out of the blue, that message?
Yeah, completely out of the blue. But it was lovely to hear, and it was from Dean. He was another guy who lived, as I said, like he would actually been a cousin of Kieran's. And he says to me, hey Claire, I don't know if you remember me, but I was a friend of Alan's. I was a little tearaway in Castleview Park. I think about him a lot, and I miss him so much. He is not forgotten.
So Claire, I'm next going to go on to ask you about Alan's interests. And I think we probably are going to need to take a break at some stage just to assist the shorthand writer. We don't need to take it yet. We can go on for probably an hour and a half, but no more than that. So what I have it in mind to do is to take your evidence up to the point of the 15th of August, and then take a break, if you're happy with that.
That's fine.
Okay. So Alan's interests. And was Alan a big reader?
He was. He enjoyed reading. He when he was in school, he enjoyed
learning about the potato famine, especially Under the Hawthorn Tree, became a book that he loved. And then from that progressed into reading more back into that time period. From then on, he enjoyed books from the 19th century, and his favourite author was Jane Austen. And of course, Pride and Prejudice was the ultimate favourite of that.
And did he enjoy watching the TV drama of that book?
Alan had read the book back to front and front to back, and then I think it's like 3 hours, 45 minutes TV drama came out. It came out then in VHS, and Alan and I would have rewound it, played it, rewound it, played it. He just absolutely loved that time. It was a time which was more simplistic. He enjoyed how the mannerisms of men back then and how they held themselves in better regard, and how they spoke, how they wore their clothes. You know, Alan had a great love for that period of time.
And did you share that love for that period?
Yeah, still, like, we used to reenact loads of scenes from Pride and Prejudice, and before that it would have been on a Sunday afternoon. There was Little House on the Prairie, it used to be on the TV very much back in the day as well. And we used to just love, we've always said how it would have been great to have lived in those times, even though there was great suffering as well, but it was the simplicity of it.
And so it's obvious that Alan enjoyed history, and did he develop an interest in stories about immigration to the United States of America?
Yeah, and that came from the book, like I said, Under the Hawthorn Tree, and then Wildflower Girl, and then the folk park was he frequented it all the time, any time opportunity that he could, to go to the folk park to learn about the immigration of how people went to America. But his biggest thing was that Alan, from a very young age, loved boats.
Yes.
So then the Titanic came into play, and that was his next big obsession.
He'd had a fascination with Hoovers, and later in life he developed a fascination with
the Titanic. He knew every fact that there was to know about it, and he had read so much about it, and he had so much compassion, that more so that the vessel had been built here in Belfast, and then the loss of lives, like he had so much compassion. You would actually thought that Alan had lost somebody on that boat himself, the way that he felt the compassion, especially towards the mother and children that were getting sent out onto lifeboats.
And does it seem to you that in some way Alan has passed that passion and interest on to another member of your family?
Yeah, my son, Lewis, is completely obsessed with boats, Titanic. My sister Elaine now lives in the Isle of Man, so he's fascinated by that boat also. And it's like Alan has passed a part of him on to Lewis. He knows every detail that there is about the Titanic story as well.
During his life, did you as a family take trips away?
We did, up to Portrush, up to the north coast. Alan found the water, he liked the water, being near it, very tranquil. Mum would have took us up there as children quite frequently, and there's a lot of photographs of us up there enjoying the amusements. But even now to this day, if I feel that I need to get away from home, but I want to feel a sense of Alan, I will go to the north coast.
And so, just to draw those strands together, Alan found peace of mind at the water, at the coast.
He did.
And, well, there might be some boats there as well from time to time. And so you yourself derive comfort from going to the coast and feeling at peace there yourself?
I take my children there now regularly.
Even on Alan's anniversary on the 15th of August, I would usually go to the North Coast just to be away from here, but still be close to Alan and have some type of connection to him.
And we were dealing with Alan's interests. And did Alan have an interest in the late Princess Diana?
I absolutely loved that woman. It was her humanitarian approach, her kindness, the softness, and how she connected more with the public. He was fascinated by all that she'd done. He absolutely loved her. He adored reading about her whole life, and he was profoundly affected when she was killed in 1997.
So, have I captured this correctly, that Alan seemed to feel that she shared his sense of kindness?
Yeah.
And he researched all about her.
He did.
And when she was killed in 1997, he was devastated.
Absolutely devastated. But it was the little did we know it was going to be a year later that we would find ourselves with the devastating loss then of him.
In the months leading up to Alan's dreadful and cowardly murder, had he been making plans? I'm at your paragraph 33.
Yeah. I'll actually read that paragraph.
Yes, please do.
In the months leading up to Alan's needless, cruel, brutal, callous and cowardly murder, he was looking forward to getting away from high school, starting afresh in the coming September. He had a new spring in his step. Between his days cleaning for some neighbours or cutting neighbours' grass, even like I said before, he had the worst allergy to grass knowing, yet he still put the needs of others before himself. So selfless as always, Alan went babysitting on Friday night for one of our neighbours, and the yin of the yang of the Alan and Claire duo, me, I had started going out with friends to teenage discos, in which Alan protested at the extra concern that I was causing to her mother. Alan had indeed made it quite clear that I should be better behaved and stop my carry on. Alan was always laughing his head off when I got home after being up to some sort of mischievous, and he was always laughing his head off. I always knew I was in deep waters with my mother, and I really miss his laugh.
And as you've told us already, Alan, and tell us in paragraph 34, Alan would help your mum around the house and help neighbours, but in that paragraph you also recall an occasion when the two of you were seated side by side on the sofa.
Yeah, I'll just read from that paragraph. Alan would help Mum around the house with day-to-day life. That's just who Alan was. Neighbours would call in, or they, Mum and Alan, would be calling with neighbours. Sitting late at night watching TV, I recall one night vividly of Alan and I on the sofa. Alan had held my hand and remarked, "Sissa, the skin in your hands are so soft." To this day, I still have an OCD about hand cream. A lasting mark in my life my brother made by that one comment. Mum's wee man weren't where she did. Alan helped her each and every day, and he got so upset if someone or something upset Mum or hurt her. Alan was defensive of her, protective of her. Alan may have had many of girls running after him, confiding in him or wanting his attention, but never would another woman become a priority over his mum. If Mum was out of the home, even for a short period of time, The words he would say when I opened the front door was, "Mum, I am back." Or, "Mum, where are you?" Or he'd ask me, "Where is Mum?"
Shall we just try to get to the end of this section before the 15th of August?
Mm-hmm.
Or would you like a break at this stage, Claire?
No, continue, please.
We'll carry on. And you mentioned a bit earlier that when you became teenagers, the routines of you and Alan changed to some extent, and you detailed that at paragraph 35. And would you like to tell us about it?
Yeah, our weekends as individuals had differed within the last couple of years of Alan's life, or the last year especially. I had went socialising on a Friday night with friends, and Saturdays I went into town with my friends, usually on the 120 bus from Killyclahar. But for Alan, nothing changed. He was so loyal to Mum that he still went into the town with his mummy, happily browsed around the shops with her. But he went with Mum to carry the shopping home, to help her with the bags. Mum didn't drive, so Alan and her would walk into town, do what they needed to do, and walk home together. And I don't know what other teenage boy at that age would do that. Alan was loyal to her, adored her, and I have no words that could adequately describe the bond that they had.
And so the contrast that you make in the statement is that at weekends you would go to the cinema with friends or sneak off to school discos or stay at friends' houses, whereas Alan would be helping out others.
Yeah, at the weekends, like you said, I would go to the cinema, or Alan would be doing babysitting.
And
he'd be helping out others, or be at home with his big brothers, sisters, or nieces, and of course with Mum. If I can just read from paragraph 37.
of course, please do.
One of the most lasting memories my mother has with Alan is when the most amazing films was being produced. A film that had surpassed all expectations for Alan. A film that any Grammy Award-winning films prior would surpass for Alan's standards. Yes, Titanic was due to hit the big screens in January 1997. The excitement was something else for Alan. But the deal breaker was his favourite female singer, Celine Dion, was covering the theme song, "My Heart Will Go On." I remember how he counted down the days to the release of both the soundtrack and the film. Alan was right there as soon as he could to see the film at the old cinema. A night that my mother fondly remembers, as Alan took the only woman who would ever be the first to be asked to go anywhere with him, was Mum. Mum recalls it as the most beautiful night. They had walked to the cinema, which was over 2 miles away. Both never let the miles or any obstacle deter them from going to that film. Alan enthralled the whole experience. They both enjoyed the film immensely. Alan proud to have been sat alongside his mum, while others his age were with girlfriends or friends. That fact didn't bother Alan at all. After the movie had ended, Mum and Alan decided to walk home again. Mum recalls that night, and I quote, "A beautiful night. We stopped off at Nightbite for something to eat. On the walk back nearing home at the corner of the old health centre, the most beautiful feeling of peace washed over me. I can't explain what that was, but I'll never forget that feeling or that night."
So Claire, we have now reached the point at which I'm going to be asking you questions for about the 15th of August, and it feels to me like it's the right time to take a break, and because I don't think we can finish within an hour and 30 minutes. But are you content with that? If you're not, you must tell me. if you would prefer to press on, if that feels better for you, then let me know.
I would rather press on.
Well, then we will press on. May I just check with the shorthand writer if we can sit a little beyond 90 minutes if needs be?
Okay.
We can. So obviously it's important that we don't rush this, so we will just take our time. Okay. So the 15th of August 1998, and what were Alan's plans for that Saturday?
Same plans with Mum to go into the town, but this Saturday was a wee bit more different because there was the plan to go and set up a bank account for Alan, that if he didn't return for sixth form in school, that he would go to college, take on a catering and hospitality course, and he would be out in work placement for that, so that meant he needed a bank account to put money into.
So it's a usual Saturday, but with this difference of needing to set up a bank account.
Alan's GCSE results were due 3 days after he was murdered.
Yes, and I think we heard a reference to the envelope being on the window earlier, didn't we?
Yeah.
And you mentioned along the way that there was the prospect of Alan enrolling on a catering or chef's course, but what was that a cause of a bit of concern within the family?
Well, definitely for me. As it was referred to before, Alan's couldn't cope really that well with the sight of blood. He would have fainted, passed out. I even recall one time walking to school and there were footprints of a dog had obviously been injured, and there was blood footprints. I still have the image in my head of Alan just holding on for dear life onto like a telegraph pole because he was about to pass out. But the fact that he was going to try and take on catering or doing the chef's part of it, I was like, how are you going to deal with blood, cutting up meat, or seeing raw bones and flesh?
Now, what time would your mum and Alan have usually gone into town on a Saturday?
Usually in and around lunchtime, but that Saturday was completely different. Even for me, the night before I had went to a teenage disco with my friend, and I would stay over at her house any time that we went to the disco, and I would return home usually later in the afternoon or evening time. But we got up that morning and I decided I was going to go home early, and when I arrived home I went in through the door and it was like, Mum, where's Alan? Because Alan's usually there getting ready with Mum.
Yes.
And she said, Alan's away down the road to check on Michelle. Michelle was the woman who he had been babysitting for the night before, and I had 3 young children, and I had a wee bit of concern in relation to all of them. So he went down to check on them, and that had delayed him from coming up to get ready to go on into the town with Mum. But he did return.
So there was a delay in going into town that Saturday,
Yeah.
and that was a reflection of Alan's kindness and thoughtfulness for others, about which you've told us.
Yeah, his mind wouldn't settle if he thought that there was anything wrong, or especially if he couldn't have went down, or what if something happened and he hadn't went and checked. He wouldn't be able to live with that in his conscience. So Alan came in, and I came into the living room where my friend was, because my brother Paul was sleeping upstairs, so I didn't want to go up to the room and make noise. Alan came in and sat down with me and Paula, and we were discussing what was going on last night, trying to get the gossip of who was doing what, or more so what was I getting up to the night before. He was trying to get that part out of Paula. And then he proceeded then, he was like, right, I better get ready for going into the town with Mum. So he went upstairs and he had brought down a t-shirt. He was always in impeccable order with what he wore, everything was pristine. He came down and ironed his t-shirt. After he was finished using the iron, he was chasing me with iron. round the house, and Mum had to tell the two of us to be quiet, like, 'cause Paul was sleeping, and to stop her carry on, which was normal enough for me and Alan.
And did there come a time, obviously there did, when Alan and your mum left the house in order to go into town?
Yeah.
And about what time was that, as best you can remember?
And around, I don't know, it must have been after 1:30, because the 1:20 bus was definitely away. But I remember vividly Alan sitting at the far end of Mum's living room, where there's a lovely big double window. And as he's sitting there putting on his white socks and his Nike trainers, the sun was just so glorious coming in that window. And he got ready to go to the town with Mum. The two of them came down. We're walking out the back hall. And I said to Alan about getting his hair cut. Alan had thick hair, very unruly on the top, like you would know Alan. But he has hair. And I said to him, Alan, remember to get your hair cut today? Yeah, I will, Sissa, I will. And I says, a number 2 round the sides. And get it cut on top. And for God's sake, remember to buy gel. And he said, yeah, okay, Sissa. I love you. I'll see you later, or I'll see you sometime. But with that, Mum and Alan left out the back door and walked up the garden path. I sat watching them walking up the path. And Alan ran back down and he knocked the window. And he shouted a name to me, which was a personal joke. And we laughed. He went to the top of the garden and he locked the gate, and in that moment it was just like, I don't know. It just seemed like it lasted forever, but it was such a short period of time. That was the last time I ever seen him alive.
And in your statement, you say, at paragraph 51, the real IRA murdered Alan Radford, 3:10 p.m. on the 15th of August 1998. An innocent young boy, a boy whose whole life was only starting. He never got the chance to do all the things he had planned.
Yeah.
And I think it was your brother Paul and your sister Elaine who had to see, as you describe it, that innocent young boy.
Yeah, my brother Paul had actually went into the town and helped carry bodies, limbs, back and forth to the hospital, but he never found his brother. 24 hours later, after the bomb, we got the phone call to our home to say that Elaine and Paul needed to go and identify Alan's body at the temporary morgue in the bubble gym and the Omagh Army barracks.
Just pause for a moment. So there was a call to go to the makeshift morgue as part of the identification process, is that right?
Yeah, my brother Paul and my sister Elaine went along with Paul's two best friends, and they went in to identify Alan's body. He was laying there, our innocent blue-eyed boy, covered in a tartan blanket. And when my brother Paul seen his hair, without the blanket being pulled back, he said, "That's Alan." He knew it was him by his hair.
And in your witness statement, the way you put it is that they had to look at our beautiful brother lying with harrowing injuries. Those injuries have never been able to be erased from their minds.
No, what they remember. It's not something that's discussed, but there's something that my sister Elaine especially remembers every single morning.
In the final part of your pen portrait, you record some remarks, some reminiscences from Paul, from Elaine, from your mum, from nieces and nephews, and also from you yourself.
Yeah, can I read those?
Yes, please do.
From my brother Paul, he simply just says, "Alan was too innocent and too young." My sister Elaine remarks, "Our family has been broken beyond repair. There is no way of healing our hearts. Our family has been changed beyond all recognition. My life and that of my family has evidently changed forever. After Alan's murder, everything changed. I felt so unsafe, terrified of the same thing happening again, and I could never go through that again. So I left home with my husband and my 3 children. 26 years later, and we're still living with the repercussions of it all. My older brother Paul had also to relocate. What he had to witness is beyond harrowing. None of us will ever forget that day. The aftermath continues in our lives. Alan was such a beautiful soul, an innocent young boy, a loving brother, an uncle to his nieces. Alan will forever live in our hearts." My mum remarks, "Alan was just the best son." Alan's nephew and nieces have said, "We wish he could be here with us. We would love to have met him, but we love him very much." And as for me, his sister, I will conclude, Alan was my other half. There are no words for the immense grief that I feel. How shattered my life has been without him. Alan would only have wanted justice, peace, and for human kindness to prevail. For those whose actions have caused our mother to have been put through this hell and for suffering, for those to be held accountable, for those who caused this carnage to be made face the consequences. Alan would have loved to still have been here with his family. Alan and I had shared a passion, as I said, for lyrics. When I cannot speak, I sing. So I'd like to leave with the words of these lyrics by Celine Dion. Because you love me. For all the time she stood by me. For all the truth that you made me see. For all the joy you brought to my life. And for all the wrong that you made right. For every dream that you made come true. And for all the love I found in you. I'll forever be thankful. You're the one who held me up. Never let me fall. And you're the one who saw me through it all. You were my strength when I was weak. You were my voice when I couldn't speak. You were my eyes when I couldn't see. You saw the best there was in me. Lifted me up when I couldn't reach. You gave me faith because you believed. And I'm everything I am because you loved me. You gave me wings and made me fly. You touched my hand and I could touch the sky. I lost my faith and you gave it back to me. You said no star was out of reach. You stood by me and I stood tall. I had your love, I had it all. And I'm grateful for each day you gave me. Maybe I don't know that much, but I know this much is true. I was blessed because I was loved by you. You were always there for me, the tender wind that carried me, a light in the dark, shining your love into my life. You've been my inspiration, and through the lies you were the truth. My world was a better place because of you. I am everything I am because Alan loved me.
Thank you very much, Claire, for telling us about Alan and the impact of his death on your family. But what I've tried to do is, by reference to your statement, to deal with the things that you wanted to say. But before we play the presentation that the family has put together, I just want to check with you whether you feel that there is missed anything, we've missed anything that it's important should be said about those things. No. And so are you happy that we play the presentation now?
Yeah.
It's a very moving presentation.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams into modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fake.
you very much.
Mrs. Hayes, it's clear from what you've said so eloquently that Alan was a much loved and loving son, brother and uncle. He must have been a great source of support and pride for your mother. And perhaps you'd be kind enough to pass on to her that it has been obvious to all of us that she had such good reason to be proud of him. But it's also clear that he made a real impression beyond his family home. I was particularly touched by hearing of his primary school teacher's recollections and of how pleased she was to have him back as a student on work experience, and of the effect on her of his cruel death. That bond with others seems to have been reflected in what you told us of the strength of friendship which he had with some others of his own age group, such as Elaine, Catherine, Kieran and Dean, all of whom so plainly remember him fondly and miss him. Young people who make such warm and lasting impressions on others generally grow into the most rounded and caring adults, and I'm sure that this would have been the case with Alan. It's clear that for you and for others, the world is a much poorer place without him. So I thank you very much for your generosity in helping us to understand who Alan was and the loss which you've been left with. Thank you. Would you like us to break at this stage, Mr. Greene?
Yes, please, sir, for a period of 30 minutes.
Mr. Greene.
So thank you. We're now going to hear the pen portrait evidence relating to Breda Devine, and the witness statement dealing with that will be read by Mr. McGuckin, who is counsel for the Devine family.
When you're ready, Mr. McGuckin.
Thank you, sir. I am making this statement on behalf of the Devine family to commemorate the life of Breda Devine. The inquiry will hear evidence from other members of Breda's family who will provide more information about Breda's life. Breda was 20 months old at the time of her death. She had been born 3 months prematurely and was said to have clung to life in hospital and had grown to be a healthy little girl. She was from Omagh, County Tyrone, where her family lived and had 3 siblings. On the 15th of August, she was out in Omagh town centre with her mother, uncle and future auntie at the time of the explosion. She was due to be the flower girl at the wedding of her uncle and auntie, which was due to take place the following weekend. The reason the family were in Omagh town centre was for Breda's mother to buy a wedding present for Breda's uncle and some shoes for Breda to wear at the wedding. Breda was the second youngest victim of the bomb, and her funeral took place at St Mary's Church, Amaravati. She was given a guard of honour by the GAA team her family were a part of. That completes the statement.
Thank you. And as you say, Mr. McGuckin, we'll hear more about Breda in due course.
So thank you very much. We will next sit subject to your agreement at 1:45, please.
Mr. Dupor.
Sir, this afternoon we will be hearing the pen portraits of Mary Grimes, her daughter Avril Monaghan, who was pregnant with twins at the time of her death, and that of Avril's daughter Maura Monaghan. The first person we will hear from will be Fergal Grimes, sitting together with his brother Patrick, who will speak about their mother Mary. There will then be two presentations by Aveen, daughter of Avril Monaghan, and sister Tamora. So we'll begin, please, with Mary Grimes, and may I ask for an image of her to be shown. If I could next please invite Fergal to read the statement that he and his brother Patrick have written, please.
Thank you. I would like to thank you for giving me and all the members of the Grimes and the Hearn family an opportunity to present a statement concerning our mother, Mary Grimes. Our mother woke up on the morning of the 15th of August 1998, looking forward to her birthday, going to Mass, and then going to town with her heavily pregnant daughter Avril and her granddaughter Maura. Tragically, at 3:10 that day, the Omagh bomb changed all our lives forever. Mary Grimes née Hearn was a wonderful wife, mother, grandmother, sister, friend and neighbour. Born in Knockavilly in Lismire, County Cork in 1932, she grew up in the family farm with her 3 brothers and 5 sisters before training as a nurse and then midwife. She later took up a position in Glasgow, and from there, whilst on a break to Barra County Tyrone with a colleague, she met her father Mick Grimes, and soon they got married and set off on a new life together. Initially, she worked as a district nurse and midwife, but as we, the children, started to arrive, she gave up these roles to devote all the time to the family home. Excuse me. Over the next 36 years, together they raised a family of 11 children. Patrick, Timothy, Mary, Finbar, Martin, Declan, myself, Niall, Avril, Damien and Aidan. They built up a large dairy farm, becoming a central link in the wider Barra community. Our mother Mary was never idle. She helped out in the milking parlour every day. She never stopped cooking. She made jams of all sorts. She knitted jumpers for the family, mended our clothes, made numerous patchwork quilts. All these are now family heirlooms. Our mother had a strong Catholic faith, a strong work ethic, and a deep sense of family values. And she lived these out every day. No one was ever turned away from her door and drawer, and no one left without a cup of tea or some of her beautiful cornbread or apple tart. A modest woman all her day, our mother let her actions and her endless compassion speak for her. She was happiest in the kitchen and drawer, surrounded by her family and her grandchildren. Or else on one of her regular trips back down to Nuckavelin to catch up with her brothers and sisters. Excuse me. Her tragic passing in the cruelest of ways possible, the Omagh bomb, robbed us, her family, her husband, her friends and neighbours, a chance to pay back the love and affection she had shown to all of us. The massive, dignified crowds at her wake and funeral, and those at that of her beautiful daughter Avril, her granddaughter Maura, and Avril's unborn twins, reflected the enormity of the loss to her family, neighbours and society. At the Omagh bomb inquest in September 2000, the coroner, Mr. John Leckie, opened the proceedings saying he could not recall any one family suffering such a loss in the history of the Troubles. Were it not for the faith, love and compassion that our Mother Mary and our Father passed on to us 11 children and 28 grandchildren, and indeed to the local community, they and we would not have been fit to carry on with the quiet dignity and reserve, the quiet dignity and resolve to make society a better place for everyone. Arais J. Guru and Anam Delis.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes.
So, may I now ask, please, for a slideshow of some further images of Mary to be shown. So that concludes the pen portrait of Mary Grimes. I wonder if I could invite, please, Fergal and Patrick, if they wish to take their seats for the next part of this afternoon. So, next, can I invite, please, to be played a presentation in which we will hear Aveen speak about her mother, Avril.
Born in 1968, our mummy's life began in the farmlands of Beara, County Tyrone. Growing up, she lived with her 9 brothers, 1 sister and parents. Her mother, Mary, was often busy rearing the younger children and helping around the farm. So from a young age, Mummy, along with her sister Mary, found herself cooking meals for the family and learning to manage a bustling household. She attended the local Beara Primary School and later moved on to Loreto Grammar School, Omagh. A bright and ambitious student, we are told, she even tried her hand at university in Coleraine. But the pull of home was too strong, and she soon returned to the familiar comforts of her family. She had a love of traditional Irish sports, like camogie and Irish dancing, as well as taking part in fundraisers and exchanges with Beara Youth Club. It was in her late teens that Mummy met her daddy Michael at a disco in Kelly's Inn, Ballygolly. They began a courtship that led to a beautiful Christmas wedding at the Westenra Hotel, Monaghan, in 1991. Her wedding dress, seen in the photo, was lovingly made by her sister Mary. A honeymoon in Tenerife marked the beginning of a new chapter in her parents' lives. Building their family home in Ahadara, Ahar, they created a warm and nurturing environment for their own growing young family. By the age of 30, she was the proud mother of 4 children, Aoibhinn, Alicia, Patrick and Maura, with twins on the way. Each of her children brought her joy, but her 3rd child, Patrick, was a particularly special addition to the family, as he was the first boy on the Monaghan side of the family. Between the births of her children, she worked as an accounts clerk in a local Omagh business. Our mummy was calm and nurturing and approached life with a can-do attitude. No matter the challenge, she faced it and was never one to dwell on the negatives. In her downtime, if any, she liked to knit, creating beautiful pieces with each stitch, which reflected her patient spirit. Her life at the age of 30 was tragically cut short on the 15th of August 1998. On the day of our granny's 66th birthday, they travelled to Omagh to celebrate when fate intervened. The Omagh bomb stole our mummy from her loved ones, leaving behind a grieving husband and 3 of her children, aged only 5, 4 and 3. As well as the wider Monaghan and Grimes family. Her mother, Mary Grimes, her youngest daughter, Maura, as well as Emer and Evelyn, were all taken from us on that day. Our mummy was heavily pregnant with twins on the day of the Omagh bomb, and she was due to give birth in 2 months. On the presentation, you will see a photo of the ultrasound scan of the twins. Our parents had discussed that they would be named Emer and Evelyn. 2 little girls who our family were extremely excited to meet and welcome into the Monaghan and Grimes family circle. Unfortunately, That day did not come, and the pictures of the scan are a reminder of the many futures that never became a reality following the bomb on the 15th of August 1998. We have added some photos of recent events where our mummy was sorely missed, but that we know she would have been proud of all that we as a family have achieved. These include mine and my sister's weddings, the opening of our brother's pizza shop, and the birth of her first grandchild, Dara. In a life marked by joy, love, and loss, our mummy's story remains one of devotion to her family, a dedication to community, and a profound love that continues to inspire those she left behind. We have no doubt that Mummy, Maura, Emer, Evelyn, and Granny have been our guardian angels over the years and will continue to be present in our lives for all time. The loss we as a family have experienced over the last 26 years cannot be measured, and there is no replacement for the time we would have had with Mummy, Maura, Emer, Evelyn and Granny. We are, however, eternally grateful for the time we did have with them, and we only hope that no other family has to suffer as we did. We would like to extend our deepest thanks to our family, friends and the wider community for the unwavering support they have so generously provided over the last 26 years. The love and support have meant more to us than we can put into words, and has got us through the darkest and toughest of days. To finish with, we have included an image of a poem our mummy wrote with some help from her father in her 3rd year at Loretto Grammar School. It was titled Peace, and the first verse reads, "Oh, that we, before it is too late, could cast aside the curse of war and hate, then pray that conflict among men would cease, and let the world rejoice in love and peace."
So next I'm going to ask for a presentation to be played, again presented by Aveen, about her sister Maura.
Our sister Maura, born on the 5th of December 1996, quickly became a source of light and joy to our family and everyone around her. Her bubbly personality and unmistakable head of curly hair made her a standout even as a baby, and she lit up every room she entered. At the beginning of 1997, we gathered to celebrate Maura's christening at St. Patrick's Church, Clogher. It was such a special day for our parents, seeing their little girl welcomed into our family's faith. surrounded by loved ones and dressed in a delicate gown that had been in the family for generations. From a young age, it was clear that Maura had a joyful nature. She charmed everyone with her lively energy, always clapping her tiny hands and flashing a smile. Her bright eyes and playful demeanour made her a natural fit when her parents decided to enter her in the town's Bonnie Baby competition at the local summer fair, which was a tradition celebrating the babies in the community. Unsurprisingly, her curly hair and infectious laughter easily won the judges over. Maura's life was defined by her cheerful spirit, and her winning of the Bonnie Baby title is just one of many cherished milestones. Maura had so much to give the world. However, sadly, on the day of the Omagh bomb, 3 generations of our family were affected, taking our sister Maura, who was just 20 months old, our 2 unborn sisters, Emer and Evelyn, our mummy Avril and Granny Mary. Maura missed out on so many of life's milestones, including going to school, creating friendships, family holidays and life events. Though Maura's time with us was brief, her spirit lives on in the stories we share, the laughter we still find, and the love that continues to bind our family together. Maura may have left this world too soon, but she will forever remain a shining light for us, and we have no doubt that the world would have been a better place had she lived. To finish with, we as a family would like to extend our deepest thanks to our family, friends and the wider community for the unwavering support they so generously provided over the last 26 years. The love and support has meant more to us than we can put into words and has got us through the toughest of days.
So that concludes the presentation in relation to Maura.
Thank you. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Grimes, Ahern and Monaghan families for the assistance which they've so kindly provided to this inquiry. The killing in this atrocity of Mary, Avril and Maura, along with Avril's unborn children, Emer and Evelyn, constitutes an incomprehensible loss. Mr. Fergal Grimes mentioned the words of the coroner spoken at the inquest into the killings, which took place in the year 2000, when the coroner mentioned that he could not recall any one family suffering such a loss in the history of the Troubles. 26 years later, those words still resonate as a powerful measure of the extent of the cruelty inflicted upon this family. From what Fergal told us, about the way in which his mother helped in the family farm and cared for her family and friends. She was plainly one of the most decent, kind, and hard-working mothers and friends that one could encounter. Fergal's remarks in commemoration of Mary Grimes are much appreciated. I'd also like to say something in light of the insightful presentations which we heard from Aoibhinn Monaghan. It seems clear that although Aoibhinn's mother was killed at such a young age, when the other children were still very young, that the strength of the love which their mother displayed to the children and the family bonds which she had created were such that they have continued to guide Aoibhinn and the other members of the family throughout their own lives. When I heard of the thanks which Aoibhinn wished to extend to her wider family, to her friends, and to the wider community for the support which they gave over the years, I could not help but think that Aoibhinn showed a level of dignity and compassion which is truly humbling and which reflects a profound respect for others and for the value of community. And that level of respect, it seemed to me, echoed what Aoibhinn told us in her presentation about her mother's dedication to family and to the community. I should imagine that Aoibhinn's grandmother, her mother, and her sisters would approve and be profound of the family's ability to express such thoughts in the midst of their own loss. Again, I express my profound gratitude to all of the members of the family for the assistance they've provided.
So that concludes the pen portraits for today. May I invite you to adjourn now to resume tomorrow at 10 a.m, where we will hear the commemorations of Deborah Ann Cartwright, Geraldine Breslin, and Gareth Conway.
Thank you.